Oh, good afternoon. Hi, everybody. Welcome to, this is number 5. So, episode 5 of the CAFO series in November. You'll notice that it is the 6th of November, which means we are technically right now basically a day behind. And I've talked about this on the stream before. Woo! It is. This has been. It's already grind, and we're only 5 in, right? But we know what we're getting into. So basically, I mean, I'm not panicking about this. I'm gonna do like a little stat thing at the end, kind of explaining. I'll go full screen for a bit. We can chat. Kind of explaining. You know, like what day I minted, what time, how long I stream for each piece, because the streams have been, they were supposed to be only 4 to 6 hours. They've been way longer than that. Just kind of walking through the series. It's a marathon, and ultimately, like the goal is to get the 30 pieces in the 30 days. Obviously, the goal was to mint the next day at noon, so it's like November 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all the way up at noon. The schedule has kind of gotten all over the place, which I think is fine because, stream at different times, try to be consistent. But, there's little things like last night I had a piece done and I was going to mint it last night, but then I realized the render was going to take like 7 or 8 times more than I thought because of the way the light was reflecting. So it's like, well, what do you do, right? So I rendered it overnight, got up in the morning, it was still rendering. It's like, okay. All right, like what do we do? So there's certain things that are just like kind of impossible to control, and obviously I'm trying to keep this consistent and make sure that I'm doing projects every day that are doable. But I'm also telling a story, and at the end of the day, I want to be authentic to that. And if I push a little late, I push a little late. But I want to not set a bad precedent, and I realize that probably what's going to happen is at some point here, I'm going to have something hit my plate. Hopefully that is a catch up day. So it's like something that I can do and mint, kind of almost 2 in a row, so to speak. So this could be it. This one that I'm doing now is going to be pretty tough, but there's like a component of this that I want to mint that if I think, if it all kind of makes sense in the story, I think the component will be a quick one to do because I'll kind of have everything already set up and sort of like understand it, and maybe it'll be easier. Famous last words, but that's the plan. Either way, we proceed, we continue. You guys heard me complain yesterday, like my autosave is not working in Blender. So if you watch the stream, the ask that I have is remind me to stand up every once in a while, because I have a stand-up desk and I'm just not doing it. And second, to remind me to save. Those are your two jobs as audience for today. Okay, so I know what I'm doing. I thought about a couple options. I kind of went back and forth, but ultimately this is the one I want to do, and because it fits the story. And I know it's going to be a lot of work, but it's nothing like scary. Like there's no technical issues. By the way, Notion, I don't know if people use Notion. Notion like reinstalls itself every time. It's like, I think how it does updates or something. It's very annoying. Okay, so what are we doing? So yesterday, if you watched, we made this packaging. And this packaging was how the Soul Vault arrives when you buy it. So there's this kind of cool cocoon looking thing, which is protection for the device. If you can figure that out, it's protecting it. So you can't drop the packaging or whatever. It's not lost on me that the front is not protected, but the idea is this thing is floating inside of like a gel or something inside of it that's protecting it. So technically, it doesn't matter if you dropped it on this side. I had a little kind of bubble going around here. It just didn't look good, but that's the idea, if you're wondering. So this is a real fake product, right? Like this is a fake product that I've invented that I am telling a little story about that relates back to the whole project. And today we're going to finish the product. So what we're going to do is we're going to kill the packaging. This is the plaque, and this is the empty, which everything is fitting on. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the vault, I think it is, this thing, and we're going to clear it. And we're going to bring this back up to the Soul Vault. Okay, and then we're going to turn off the packaging. And yeah, I think that's it. So let's just bring this over here. Again, I've mentioned this before, but like I'm having just a brutal time with like auto saving and just some weird stuff in Blender that I've never experienced before. So there's our product. What's missing on this product is the middle inside of it, like what actually is going on. So we're going to do that today. And then, ambitious, I have been like, I'm pretty good with animating 3D stuff. I can move cameras around really easy. I can move products around really easy. But I've been always wondering about motion graphics stuff. And I've kind of experimented a bit, and I can do motion graphic stuff in like DaVinci Resolve and whatnot. But the thing that's really interesting about Blender, what I like about it is like if you're doing motion tracking, let's, for example, in DaVinci Resolve with video, like let's say you, the best guy to do this is Daniel Shifter, I think, on Instagram. You know, he does these crazy videos where he's recording everything with the product, and it's really, really well done. You get like high quality, high definition of the product. And then, but if, you know, you want to do a promo, you want to do some motion graphics and tracking, you'd have to track your graphics to the video, which is, you know, a bit of a pain in the, you know what, it works, but you're sort of limited by what you can do. Shout out AY Collections. This is one of my collectors. We were going back and forth, and he or she made a comment because I was watching the Bills, and talked some, like just made a funny comment, and I never replied because I was on a stream, and I think they felt bad because, you know, people with sarcasm, you know, some people get offended, some people don't. So I sent a voice message back just being like making fun of the Pats, to be sure. Yeah, so live streaming. So yeah, so you know, it was kind of a funny thing, just you getting to know someone that we've never met, haven't really talked, but they did collect one of the editions, which is obviously I'm very, very grateful for the passes for the whole thing. But yeah, so I'll talk shit with everybody. I don't want to get offended by anything. I just want to, yeah. So anyway, that's AY shout out. You can talk, say anything, and if you jump on the stream, you can talk, make fun of me on chat, and we'll go back and forth. Okay. So we got to make this thing like what is inside of it. And I know, like, I kind of have this thing all mapped out, but I got to actually start working on it, right? Get this thing like really running. So I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of any keyframes because this is the brand new thing. So I just want to make sure I don't have anything weird. There's something is animating in here. What is animating? It's probably, okay, we'll just get rid of it. Awesome. That's not what we wanted. Weird. I thought we could get rid of that. Maybe I'm missing. I mean, it's not animating, it's just... Okay. You know what, and we'll get rid of... Well, we'll keep the packaging because we might end up using it in this promo. Okay, so really the steps today are first to get this thing modeled, which is going to be interesting. And then the second steps is going to be to animate like kind of a little product video of this thing. Big task. Okay, so to kind of break this down so you guys know as we go, and this is part of me just talking to myself to kind of help. The way that essentially this is going to work is this base... Which, I realize we're going to have to open up a different one because we have to have the individual components. So let's go back to, I think it was life finds a way. I hope it's this one. Let's just see what we got. Okay. Try one more time, otherwise I'm going to have to go look. I mean, I guess we can just separate it. Yeah, we'll just separate it. It's easier. Okay. So I'm just going to start to separate this thing out. No, I'm not, because... bear with me. I try not to get frustrated when I do this stuff, but I'm bad at that. Okay, I think this one's better. No. So this has subdivisions. Okay, I think this one's going to be okay. Hopefully I can separate this pretty easy. All right. And I think they're the same. I don't think there's anything different about them. Yeah, they look good. Okay. So we got to turn off any kind of weird collisions, no animation. Okay, we can, tilt this thing. All right. So cool. I got to get, this needs to be we want to viewport this display as bounce. Okay. A little bit annoying. It's always been a weird thing in Blender. I always wish that I could hide something in this one, in this, like, in solid view, but not in the rendered view. I wonder really quickly, because that would actually make my life a lot easier. Can you hide an object in solid view but not render view, Blender? I mean, it doesn't make sense that you could do it. Huh. No kidding. Learn something new every day. Local collections. How many Blender people knew about this? This is wild. I've been using Blender for 3 years and I didn't even know that. I didn't even know about this. So check this out. I've never seen a video on this. This mentioned. Wild. So, like, in Blender you have these collections, right? Like I have a studio with lights, backdrop, and camera. And then I have the packaging, and then I have the product, right? Solvault. We'll call this the product. So you have this in here, and then it looks like this is local view, so you can turn off the studio. I don't know what that is. But now you don't have, see, there's no studio, right? Versus before you would have had, you've got this box around it. So you have that totally turned off, versus over here it's on, which is super, super cool. Really neat. So, I mean, I can even turn on packaging, and I could technically turn it off here, and I could keep the packaging here. We don't want that, but just kind of a cool thing. Okay. Hey, look at that. We learned something new. And then we'll turn off tools. We'll keep this. And we don't usually use this. Okay, so cool. So we have this like nice little bottle. This is kind of our view. So we can kind of see what we're doing on the left side with what we're doing on the right. Okay, so I got to do a bunch of stuff. So first thing is I got to separate this bottom part. So if we highlight this, oh, let's turn this on. Shift Control Z. Synapse. Razor. Synapse. I'm just going to add a little shortcut. It's this one. Keyboard function. Shift Control Z, I think it was. Shift Control Z. There we go. So that's switching to our X-ray mode. Okay. So we want probably these. And then, no, we want a little bit more. Easy. Probably going to want this whole thing. There we go. You guys can see that okay. All right. Here, another way to do this is probably just to select the material, which is tungsten. There we go. So I think, yeah, this makes sense. So we want to separate this out. Okay, so now this is the Sol Vault base, and this is the Sol Vault shell, outer shell. Okay. So now what we've got is, oh, okay, these pieces are tungsten. Shoot. Damn. I think there's going to be a lot of false starts here today. Okay, so, no. Okay, I think that's right. Separate by selection, back. There it is. There's the base. This is the base. This is the outer shell. Okay, and then this shell, I think that yeah, I think this will be part of the outer shell, and then there's going to be an inner piece underneath of this. So that's part 2, including the glass. And then this is going to be the lid. So we might as well do this. We can go here. And we just got to figure out where the lid, you just got to kind of figure out where the lid would be. So the concept here, if you've been watching, is that you press this button on top, that unlocks it. And there's no like authentication or whatever. That's what kind of makes this interesting. I should think about that, because there's got to be something, but the idea is this is like recoverable later. So I would say it's not. So you would press that, which would unlock it. The lights would change. So this green light is actually the battery, and this light in the top here is the lock mechanism. So once you turn it, it's actually going to unlock a mechanism down here, and then that's going to actually, this piece is going to lift from the base. Yeah. So that means that this part needs to turn, but it's not going to be disconnected from the top. Like it's never, you don't screw it and then pull up the inside. You're pulling up the whole shell from the top of this. Okay. But we're still going to separate it because it needs to turn. So the best way to do this is just say, okay, well, where would it be? So would the light turn with it? I'm going to say no. So I would say that the joint for this would be like here. I think that makes sense. Is then it would be somewhat symmetrical, although yeah, I think it's there. So we grab this. Oh, actually we go to here. You know what? Sorry, I'm going to do one quick thing. I keep hitting the wrong button, and I never turn the scroll wheel off. So what I'm going to do is change it to this one, scroll mode toggle to Shift Z. Yeah, and then this one, this one I always use for this. Oh, so what I do is where's the 3D cursor? It should be command right click. So these are just preferences I have to set up because otherwise, key map, cursor, place cursor, I think it is. Yeah, shift control right click. No, place. Oh, shoot. So stupid. So like I deleted it and it just deletes the whole thing, so I can't. There's like no undo. I mean, what would it be? Cursor? I mean, now can I even get it back? Maybe a new one? How do you do it? Okay, shift 3D cursor. I think it's shift C is what I've been using. No. Shift right click. Control right click. No, shift right click. Just like muscle memory. Man. Okay, shift right mouse. Right, so that sets the cursor. And then to focus on the cursor, there's like a line view. I think it's this. Oh, center view to cursor. Shift C. Yeah, so shift right click, shift C. I think it was control. Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay, I think it's control right. Wish I could just add another one. Okay, control right. So yeah, control right, and then shift C. So this is that, and then this is okay. I think this is gonna work. So you control right click, and then yeah, there we go. Got it. Okay, and then there we go. Okay. How much fun was that? Hey, I can't see. EGMOI. I don't have my restream chat, which I normally would hear. My PC it's like a pre-built because I don't know how to do it. It's a GA35X, I think. It's by Alien. I don't remember. RTX. No, sorry. Okay. So GA35 by ROG Strix. I bought it from Best Buy, and it's got a 3090 in it, and like just I think an average like processor, and that's it. It's a 3090 is probably what you care about. Hopefully my audio messages come in now. Okay. Hopefully that works. All right, so where were we? Right, we wanted to see through this to make sure we get all the vertices, and then we can just take a peek so we know we missed it. Let's just go to here, and we can always model like a little bit of a lip. Okay, that looks good. Okay, so separate by selection. And now this one is the lid, right? So now we have boom, boom, and boom, 3 pieces. Okay. So here's the basic idea. Let's get rid of this because this is the inner graphic for now. So we're going to have to, let's turn off. There we go. So this is the base. It's made of tungsten. We need to add some thickness. And the idea with this base is that it is super heavy because it's going to contain the power for this thing, but also it's going to keep this thing upright. So it's going to like literally go to tilt and it's going to tilt back up. So it's like a Weeble. And I actually ran calculations on this. So I'm going to bring that up, and I'm just going to bring it off to the side because I find it to be a little bit distracting. So I'll bring it over here. I ran calculations on this, and to figure out the weight of the base versus the weight of the top. It's like we're not trying to design a real product, but can you recall thickness the tungsten required to balance the object? I'll see if it remembers. Sometimes I just want to ask ChatGPT questions that it shouldn't be able to answer to see what it does. Because I feel like it lies to me all the time. Can you remember the thickness of the tungsten required to make the object self-balance? See if it reminds me. I wrote it down somewhere, I thought, but... Oh, interesting. So it doesn't remember. Either it's out of, like, Let me just see. I might have just forgot. And I don't think you can search. Okay, so I'll give it the details. So the object is so the object is going to be 0.1, 0.9. Okay, so object is 0.2. Okay, the entire product is shaped is 0.2 meters.
EGIMO 1337. How long you are using Blender?
It's been almost 3 years now, with maybe a little bit of a gap in between. But yeah, about 3 years. I think I've been using it. I'm just gonna change my audio so that doesn't come through. Hopefully that comes through my. Okay, so the entire product is 0.2 meters tall, and the base is 0.05. I don't know if we're gonna get this. What is? And we'll just see. And 0.1 meter diameter. It's balanced. It's made of aluminum alloy and balancing on top of a tungsten base that's 0.0523 meters tall and 0.1 meters diameter. How much does calculate the weight of the shell of the product based on a aluminum shell plus components, and give me a thickness of tungsten required to self-balance. When we were having this discussion with ChatGPT before, I mean, it was we were suggesting things and it had a lot of context. So I don't know if like asking this like a crazy question like this is going to work, but before it kind of knew what I was doing. We'll see what it does. So I can show you this. It's kind of fun. So it's calculating the volume. It's very ChatGPT is very slow right now. It's calculating the volume of the top cylinder, right? It's approximating the volume. Now, it doesn't know what components are in there and all that stuff, but we'll get a basic idea. So this is getting the weight. So it's calculating the density of the aluminum. Well, I calculated it based on, I think, it being not hollow, but that's okay because there's going to be components in there. Okay, so let's just see what it says. It's already. I hope this is ChatGPT, not my computer. Yeah, it's going to be off. Let's just do it. Okay, so what we want to do is add a solidify modifier. Put it up before this. And nope. Just trying to think if we want to do this. I think this is going to cause problems. Solidify. Yeah, I thought so. Hey, Austin. I don't know if it's my nephew Austin or someone else, but yeah. So, like, do you know that? Like, I don't know where you tuned in, but like, do you know like what is the animation going to be, or what is the product? Which one of those are you curious about? Okay, this might work. I know, because this would be the outside. That's not going to work. We might just have to do this manually. The product, yeah. So check out Austin. Check out this. You can see. Hold on. Check out a couple links here. I'm going to give you. So go check out this. And yeah, go check out this. So this is the collection I've been working on. So like this is the past, and then this was, sorry, it's oddly not in the right order. Let me see if I can get it by oldest. Yeah, so this is the past. Then this one was like a message to myself, a little voice. Then this is the Svalbard Seed Vault, where it's sort of like this place in Sweden where they store seeds in case there's an apocalypse. And then there's this device right here. So this is what I'm actually making. So I've already modeled it. This was the preview of it here, but it's called the Soul Vault. And it's like this just sci-fi crazy idea, but basically it's like a canister that contains like an updatable database of every data in human history. So like all the knowledge, all the data, everything that we know as humans. But then it also includes like the DNA and all the memories of like a single person. So like you or I would buy it. We would like put our DNA in it. We would upload all of our photos, our videos, our experiences, and then we would vault it so that in the future, if like someone discovered, society or there was like apocalypse or something, they'd be able to recreate like our data from that of a single person. So I'm kind of telling a bit of this story, this product for now. So this is what I did yesterday. This is the product animation. So this is the packaging though, that it comes in. See if this plays. I don't know why that would not play. There it is. So this is the packaging. So you can see this like kind of crazy bubble wrap cocoon thing, the products inside. And then this is like the front. Yeah, this is like the packaging that you get for it. So Soul Vault version beta 1.0, the name, Ethereum address, the company name, all that. So now we're actually going to make like a little promo for the product itself. So I have to actually make what's in it. And I have like all the specs and stuff of it thought out. But basically the base is heavy, heavy, heavy tungsten so that it actually self balances. Like I don't know if you remember Weebles. Weebles are like this thing that like no matter which way you knock it, it pops back up. So the base is going to be tungsten. So if you knock it over, it's always going to go straight up. And then this is made of sapphire, synthetic sapphire, which actually, if this is my nephew Austin, I got inspiration from your diamond stuff because I was thinking I want to do a little promo animation for you at some point. And I was looking up like the hardest materials, and it was synthetic diamonds and synthetic sapphire. And I went with synthetic sapphire, I think, because it was more clear to look through. But that's what that's on the outside. And then those little hieroglyphs tell the story of humanity. So they tell like everything that's happened to us from the beginning. So you can see if you rotate it, you can see them on the left. They have like the whole story of like humanity from start to beginning. So start. Yeah, there you go. So it's like Earth, and then it's like DNA being discovered or like life being created, evolution, creating fire, learning farming, looking out to space and like learning astronomy and, orbits, and then invention of computers and microchips, and then going to space, and then AI, and then all the possible disasters. So that's like if someone picked it up and didn't know what it was, they could understand kind of like what the humanity thing is. And then inside there's synthetic DNA, it's called. It's basically like it's like a technology that doesn't, like, it exists, but it's still developing. But it's basically the idea that we could write data to synthetic DNA. So the same way our DNA is coded, you could write anything. So that's going to be the concept with this, is like it'll include your DNA, but also include like everything, like all of the human history on this one device. And then the shell is going to have the power source, which I was looking up. I use a lot of ChatGPT stuff for this, but the source, there's a type of, if you remember movie The Martian, there was like this nuclear little thing that ran off of, like, it was kind of like they made it seem like it was a nuclear reactor, but basically like this thing that runs off radiation power, and it can run forever. So it's just like, that's what the power source would be. So I want to kind of model that. And then I got to put a cylinder in the middle containing this synthetic DNA strand, which I'm going to make a 3D model of. And then the top, there's going to be this, like, when you open it, there's going to be a little device. And I haven't quite figured that out. I think it'll be on top of the DNA. That's like a little controller that you would use to actually read it. So I'll show you. I've done a bunch of mock-ups and stuff in Midjourney. So let me just load that. So yeah, so these are the icons. This is the power source. So this is kind of like something like this I want to make. It's called an RTG. And then this would be the inner. So like, actually this is probably the best one. So this is kind of what I want to be when you lift the lid. This is what's inside. And then this is the synthetic DNA. So we're going to make that. And then this is really cool. This is the controller. And in ChatGPT, they kind of explained it, but this is like how you would decode it. So I'm going to make one like this, but I think it'll make it. So I think it'll just sit like a remote control in the top, and it'll just like be a little device that you can control and like connect your phone or whatever, and you can read it. I mean, it just would have all the data in it. So yeah, that's what we're kind of doing. So it's going to be mostly modeling today, and then maybe later on we'll do the animation. If I can figure this stupid thing out. For some reason, I'm struggling to think through the solidify part of this thing. After the washroom in a second here. Okay, so, let me, now that yeah, it's pretty weird, man, but it's, it's my crazy brain trying to come up with a cool idea. Okay, so I assign this piece to connect to be the connector, and then I invert the selection. Wait. Invert. There we go. And then this is going to be the base, and assign, and then we're going to get rid of this solidify is going to be only the base. Okay, let me just close this for a second. Okay, so no. Let's just do it all over. Okay, so this is the base. So I'm just doing is I'm selecting like this piece, this part versus the top. And actually, I'd probably even get rid of this one. So remove. And then, so now when I select the base is there, and then if I invert it, and I assign this to the connector, hit assign. So now I can just select between the connector and the base. Okay, so now I'm going to add solidify, which is what makes it thick. And we'll just sort of bring this down to something very reasonable to start. And then I should be able to now tell it to do the base only. So what this does is it adds thickness, see, to the base, but it doesn't affect the connector, which is what I wanted. So now we have an actual thickness to the inside where we're going to have this this kind of power plant part done. Cool. And then this separately, we can do the connector. We can also, well, I don't even know if we need to worry about the connector now because that's just how it's kind of fitting. But I'll just see what it looks like if I do another one of these and I change this to the connector and I change the thickness to be, yeah, I don't think it's going to work. Yeah, we don't need that one for now. Okay, we can deal with this little piece after. So now though we have thickness, right? So this whole thing kind of has a feel to it. And then I got to figure out how to put this thing in. So I'm going to probably have to model the RTG thing, which is this. So I'm kind of thinking about how I want to do this. Everything should be circular. Okay, let's just do it. So start with a cylinder. Keep this at 64. Bring the radius like way down, 0.01, and the depth at 0.01. Probably pretty good. Okay. Cursor to world origin, selection to cursor. Oh, something happened. Okay. Origin. Okay. There we go. So I'm just, there we go. I just was trying to kind of get it centered in here. So I think it should come up a little bit so you can kind of see it when you open it up. And I think it's going to be like, what thickness would it need to be to sit above? Right, so see how it's like just above the lid and you can see it through here, which means we can kind of put like a little circular thing down here for it to kind of float on. And I can show you that now because basically once we modify the solidifier thing, we would just put like kind of a bottom to it. So I think something like this is probably pretty good. And then I'm going to grab, I think this is it. I mean, I think this thing is really what we're going to make. So I'm going to save this, export, selected image, interesting Soul Vault, reference, save, export, Blender. I just have to see this while I do it. So, there we go. So I can see this behind me. You can't see it. And then I'll move this around. Okay, I got to take a quick break, go to the washroom, and then I'll be right back. Okay, we're good. Yeah, so I think this is probably pretty good. It's sticking up a bit. We can go like maybe a little bit higher. Shade, auto smooth. And then we add a subdivision modifier to it. And because I'll show you in a second why. Yeah, and then you go like this, like this. I'll explain this in a second. Just let me fix this. There we go. Okay, so what I just did is I'm adding this like little subdivision, which basically makes everything super, super smooth. It just tries to smooth everything out, which is really nice because it makes like really high quality. You can see like the difference when you do these things because you have like a nice edge now. But what happens is if you don't have extra like these, they're called edge loops that tell it where, like it's smoothing everything. So when you have these like little, these little loops around the outside, it can't smooth it because there's not enough space between it. So it makes like a hard edge. It's a weird concept, but it's called sub-demodeling. And it's kind of just like a really cool way to model a product. So again, we're trying to make this. So I think once we have this sort of set up, we can isolate this out and we can start to think about how we would do this. So I think first of all, we can make our inner, actually we'll get rid of this. So we can make our inner glass part. So now we have like potentially an inner glass here. By the way, we can isolate it over there as well in a second. So this is going to be, we're just going to assign this. And we'll do the same thing. A material, we'll call this the well, actually, hold on. I think we can just use the same, synthetic sapphire. And then this thing, we'll probably make this one titanium. Move that up. So now this is going to be that. And then this is going to be titanium. And then this is going to be sapphire. So you can already kind of see it now, except we're going to do a new one. I don't normally do the materials first. It just helps me think about shader. And then just get rid of this because this is the little graphic. So there you go. Kind of already see it starting to come together. And then what I want to do is I want to make these, I want to bring it in. Okay, I'm going to try something. I've never done this before, but I'm kind of curious. So if I bring a loop here and a loop here, and then another loop here, and another loop here, and then if I select all these and scale it in, see how it creates that like little kind of cool lip. Probably like that. And then if I do another loop here and bring it right up, And then scale these to Z0. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so what I did was I just made kind of a nice little like lip. We'll make this titanium, but see, kind of make that lip. I don't know. I don't know whether these things should be on the outside or the inside. I don't know what would look cooler. I think maybe the outside. I think maybe the outside. We'll go with the outside for now. And then we have, so these kind of bit of a pattern. And then we can even scale this in like a little bit more. And then we have enough of a lip. So then what I'm thinking is I would go what is the repeat blender? Repeat step blender. Shift R. This might be a bad idea what I'm about to do. Just thinking right now it might be a bad idea. I probably should do it as a separate object, but I'm just too curious. Oops. If I did that right. Ah, damn. Every 3? I don't know if this is going to work or not. With a chance, no. Okay, I have an odd number. That's okay. We'll have one side that's a little bit different. It'll be kind of like the front. So what I was thinking about is doing inset on these. I'll show you what I mean. So if we inset each one a little bit, first of all, and then inset it again, and then scale it. I can't remember if we can scale this. No, I don't think we can. There we go. Just kind of like a little cage around it. And just to kind of like, just to see what this does. So it kind of creates like an interesting pattern. I think I would want to do them. Okay, let me just save this. I probably need to do the same at the top. There we go. So now they're kind of identical. There's technically now you could do, it's like a bridge and edge loop. So you can go bottom and top. And you create, see that? Create like a connection. I I don't know if this is going to be worth doing or not, but we'll see. So I was kind of thinking like that. Right, so you have something. I think it's going to be better to make these separate. Just a good little experiment, though. I just make a separate object and I'll put them around. Let's just get the basic shape down. Okay, so we've got this glass material between. I'm going to say that probably we make this a little bit. We're going to make this a little bit more. So say like that. That looks cool. And then we can do the top. So this is just like a series of insets. So actually, let's do it instead. Let's go in, and then we'll put like a little button. Yeah, and then we'll put like a little separate. So we'll separate this. we'll fix that up in a second. Yeah, we'll you know, we can always go and fix up the shape of these things. Okay. I think that though the main point is pretty good. You can kind of look at it. Yeah, so there's with the subdivision on. So it kind of has like the basic shape that I wanted. It can always adjust these, move them in, you know, give it a bit more or less shape. But I think for the most part, this gives me pretty cool something to work with. Okay. And then in the middle, what we're going to do is, yeah, so this is the RTG Soul Vault RTG. And this is the Soul Vault RTG reset, I'll call it. And then we'll just bring that in here. Okay. So now what we want to do is inside this thing, we want to make like probably an array modifier for like the inner core. So the way to do this is probably going to be to hide this. Yeah, let me think about this. So we probably want a cylinder that's very, very, very thin. .05 maybe, point like that probably. Yeah, I'd say something like that, maybe even smaller. And then height-wise, it's probably around the width of these. So let's say like this. Now we can get rid of this for a second. So basically it's this. It's just little core. And then the easiest thing to do with this is just, let me think of how I would do this. I would want to make, let's get rid of this button thing. So we'd make one of these, and I would add an array modifier. And I think probably, if I grab this one and I bring it offset to say, I don't know the exact amount, but I'm going to say here. And then I make an empty, and then I set the object offset to the empty, and then I rotate. Yeah. So it's just like how many of these little, like these are the little tiny pieces. How many of these do we want in a circle is really what we're trying to figure out here. I feel like maybe 8 of them, which means that, you know, you have to figure out the distance of the main one. So let's turn this off. No. Just go back. Which one's the main one? Okay, that's fine. So, oh. The distance of the main one, if you do 8, and I'm sure there's math to this. Why is there a gap? I did something wrong. Oh, here, because it should be. Okay, let's try this again. 8, and then the empty. There we go. There it is. I think it's going to be like 360 divided by 8. No. All right, it doesn't matter. Okay, so basically there it is. So now we have this little cylinders, which, what did we do? Oh, because the empty there we go. All right. So these are our cylinders, and then so this is the Solvault RTG cores. And then we need to basically apply this, and then we need to do another array to make them. Like all the way around. Hopefully this looks okay. So, again, we don't have a good backup system in Blender, unfortunately. I'm just going to start putting NM for a non-modifier. It's kind of confusing, but okay. So then we can apply this, and now we can add another modifier. And we'll just turn it off for a second. We'll go back here. And then if we can use the same, probably use the same thing by just dropping it like further probably away, and then changing the offset to object, same empty, setting it to say 8, turning it on, right? And maybe we do more. No, if we do 8, it'll work. Otherwise, we have to use a different one. I think it's probably going to be fine. I just think it's probably going to be a little further away, and we can always scale these things up. Okay, so let's try this. Now let's bring back Just turning these all off and apply. Okay, so now these are actually like real. All these are like all together. But all right, so let's turn on the RTG, and we can just see what happens if we scale these things. You know how it ends up looking. It's not too bad. So if we kind of imagine these things in here, you know, they're going to be kind of this inner part. So maybe a little bit smaller, but not much. That's where they'll look kind of round. Maybe we'll just line them up right to that. There we go. Okay. And then these things, you know, what we can do over here is let's grab our camera and let's bring it down and let's zoom it in. And then let's get rid of the bottom. No. Base. There we go. Okay, so that's it here. And then if we grab these things and we change their material to like a neon, or do we have like an emission? Yeah, we can just do emission green. We'll say this the cores, and then we'll change the color to the same kind of greenish color over here. And then we're going to do this. We'll go to the sapphire, to new this one, core. And what we want to do is change probably just go with the glass. There we go. There we go. Okay. You have to trust me that this will look better when it's done. There we go. Okay. We want to now add, I think, just some like rings for these to go into. So let's just hide these things for a second. Let's look at what's going on here. Okay, so good reminder to save. We should be incrementing these up, but all right. So let's just hide. Okay, so what we're going to do is select and hide. Okay. So now this is the non-glass part. So So basically at this point, I've got the cores, I've got kind of a middle part. I need something to kind of probably come up. So now if I go to this, kind of extrude up a little bit. Oh, right, because auto merge. Okay. I'm feeling okay about this so far because there's the glass, and then there's this middle part. We can get a little bit more detail in here if we need to. I think I just want to put some type of these cages around the outside. So the glass is here, and we've got kind of this to work with. So we could do this as it would be just nice to connect it, to be honest. What is going on up here? Where that came from. I feel like the whole thing needs to be a little bit. Oh, okay. That looks better. There we go. Looks good. So like in here, I could do like a bunch of insetting. By the way, you always have to double check this to see how this looks with the subdivision on. So far it looks okay. Just because otherwise, you know, off, on, if you mess something up. But with it off, let's just try something. So, I want to make like a little pattern here. Okay, I'm just going to try this. So we're going to extrude. So we have these all selected. Extrude. Oh, it's only... There we go. I'm just curious what that did. I probably messed it up bad. Oh, interesting. Yeah. So, I don't know where that comes from. It's like there's not enough. I would have thought that with like all those extra loops it would have worked. Let's do this. Let's turn this off. Let's go back to without and let's save this as 1.1. And then 1.1. So, like for example, if we did this one, Yeah, I kind of do the same. Maybe the same thing here. Okay, so I like, it's definitely the thing that I'd want to do is these like little edges. And I'm just trying to think of the best way to do them. So I would take a quick 15. I'm going to grab more coffee, washroom, quick snack, and then I'll be back. I guess pretty close. I mean, like, obviously, I'd love to put a ton of detail in here, but I need enough to kind of tell the story. I think the thing that it's probably bothering me is it probably needs to be, the core needs to be a little bit inner more. So maybe I can just work on the size of that to kind of get it a little bit more compact. That's also the IOR of of the um, the glass that's doing that as well. But generally, once we kind of do that and then put the little button up the top, add some lighting, maybe like a little bit of detail in here. Obviously, getting into this craziness would be fun, but in terms of just getting this running, it's just got to be a piece of the thing. So if you look at it like, so there's the reset button. I think that's it, and then there's the outer shell, and there's the lid, there's the base. So yeah, and we're gonna put, yeah, I mean, that's basically it. It's just gonna sit in here nicely. We'll cover it up on the side, make it kind of fit, and then we're gonna explode it. We're gonna explode it out. I don't know where that reset button went. There we go. Keep it all attached. Reset. Yeah, so, it'll be kind of like in the animation, it's going to pop out. So we just need to kind of have it sitting in here. We can kind of make a little place for it to kind of sit, and that's it. And then on top of this is going to be the glass. So I actually think it'll end up being probably even lower. It's probably going to be something like this. And then on top of this, we're going to have the glass container, which will be this thing. And we'll kind of come up with like a clever way for it to connect so it kind of all feels like one piece. So we'll kind of model it up for here. So it'll basically just sit right on top of this, probably with, my guess is, so the outer shell looks like this. So right as it comes out, it's going to be, yeah, not too much thicker than that, than this core part. So it'll probably just sit on top, and then, yeah, and then we would have this come up, and then it's probably going to go to somewhere here. Yeah, so as you can see the inside, and then it's going to probably go to somewhere here, and then up top below the lid will be the is going to be kind of like the like a little another cylinder, and then inside that cylinder is going to be like one of these kind of controllers. Probably look like this. I think this one's kind of cool. It looks like it has USB-C. I think this one's kind of a cool one, although this is neat. But maybe we'll do this little pattern or something inside of here. But I like this little decoder. So that's basically it. And maybe, maybe we'll even, I don't know, I was going to say maybe we'll even do like a depth map from this, like with AI, but I don't know. It never seems to work that well. So I'll be back. Give me 15 minutes and I'll keep streaming. Okay, we're back. I realized something, which I probably should have realized before. I've done decaling and stuff, but I know like there's some really cool ways to get texture detail on like a product like this. Specifically, it's my YouTube running. There we go. Let's get some. There we go. Okay, what am I trying to say? There's ways to add detail without modeling it. Like so, we've got like our grooves, we've got our basic shape, but like anything else that we're trying to do around, just some like patterns and decals. I feel like we really, really should be thinking about using like uh, like normal maps. Probably, I guess. I don't think you would need displacement maps. So I haven't actually done this in a long time. I just realized, is there like an extra? And so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go grab a video, or maybe just start reading some manuals. I'll turn on the audio. I don't think that it gets me kicked. At least I don't remember it does anyway. Man, I love subdivision modeling. Like, I absolutely love it. It's like anytime you lose, like you lose something like that, you can usually fix it by just adding more loop cuts. There we go. Yeah, so just sort of if you want to kind of fix some of those little, like where you kind of see the geometries kind of doing some funky stuff. You can always kind of just fix it by, and you have to decide, right, like what level. Like really we need one up here. Right? And you can kind of decide what you want. How harsh of an edge you want. But it's really easy to control it, and you can delete them and add them. It's really nice. So I like that kind of the little glass thing there. Yeah, so we got to figure this out. So well, let's start with ChatGPT, and then I'll go into grab some tutorials. How can I add detail to a model in Blender using decals? And I think there are. I know. I feel like I bought something called Decal Machine. I don't know if I imagine that decal. And also, I have some Kit Bash stuff. Yeah, it was this thing. Yeah. 6 years ago. Interesting. So it works with 3.6. Like that little thing there is a good example. That's oh wow. And that's like the top right of our thing. I've one thing I've done always with Blender and 3D tools, and maybe it's a bit reckless, but like I'll buy anything that I think is going to help because I don't like to mess around. And making money with this stuff, you want to reinvest back into it. Okay, so let's see. That's an old plugin, but I mean, it's still working. Wow, that's cool. Also, I'm looking up what is it, Kit Bash Cargo. I think I saw that they're like down for maintenance, which would be annoying. Maybe it's done. I'm curious about that. So it's $40. No, no. I think we just want decal machine. I want to see a demo of this. Okay, I'll put the audio on because there's no reason why you guys can't hear this too. I don't know why that's not working. Audio input, I think it is. Can't remember if it's audio output or input. Maybe output. I feel like that's not going to work. Test. That's probably causing a huge disaster. I don't know how to get the desktop, to be honest. Okay, you guys aren't getting sound. I don't want the trailer. This is crazy trailers, just like awesome hip hop music. Honestly, I hate plugins like this because, like, I don't know, if you buy, there's certain plugins I find that if you buy, it, you know, it's if asset packs, things like that, certain tools that like just it's not it adds on to something to Blender, but with something like this, it's almost like it replaces something that exists, and it makes me like a little bit nervous. I'm just gonna see what this says. Okay. Right, so textures, UVs, yeah. Okay, so connected the shader. Use the UV, okay. Yeah. No, I know that's not what I want. Let's go look at some YouTube stuff. I'm gonna go watch this later on. No maps, decals, Blender. See what they got. Normal stamps? Is that what we want? Yeah, like this is kind of it. Oh, interesting. Oh. Okay, that's interesting. It's kind of easier than I was thinking. I might just try one, and then if not, I might buy that tool because I'd rather do it this way. So like, let's say we wanted to add something on here. Let's go grab. I mean, heck, we can use. I wonder if this thing can generate a sci-fi pattern for a RTG core. Black and white monochrome that can be converted to a normal map. I don't know. Let's just see what this thing generates. Otherwise, maybe we'll just go buy that pack, and I'm sure there's tons of stuff. And I just don't like to use those tools like that. I wonder also. I wonder if okay, let's try this for fun. So let's just take this one because we know it's like all black and white. And then there was a tool that this person mentioned. Okay, normal map. Okay, let's see. So here's, a pattern that we just downloaded. Okay, and then we're going to go to this normal map tool, and we're going to grab. Okay, so that's pretty crap. I mean, it's just too much detail. I can't remember because there's like OpenGL versus, and I don't know how would I know whether these are. Let's just try one. I don't feel like this is great, but okay, normal map, and then let's do another one, but less detail. Let's just see what it gets. Okay, so anyway, download that normal map. So basically, the way that it looked like it was supposed to work is he created a new, but he didn't really explain he created a new. Okay, so he puts them all in a normal texture. So he puts them on a single texture, that's fine. Okay, go to second UV map. Okay. Scale them down. Okay, I see. Okay, I think I understand. So what they're saying is, so like, let me try to attempt to do this. Okay, so first of all, so this material is not really using UVs, so I don't think this is going to matter. But we may need. Okay, let's try this. So 0, 0. Okay. So I forget where UV is. Okay. So just in case we can add another UV map and call it normal. And then this is, okay, so this is it. It's already kind of unwrapped. So let's just try it. So we want to take these all off. Okay, so they're all away from this spot here. And then we want to go into the normal map and we want to create, create a normal texture or a normal map here. And then we want to Control T and we want to change this to, where is it? Custom UV map. And I guess we drop that in direct instead of this one. And then change it to this. And then we want to open up our normal map. So that's that there. And then say take three of these and bring them on to the normal map and scale them up. Right, so let's just say if you wanted this pattern on that, we would like do this. And then I think we could bring the normal in. None. Okay. Let me think. Did it do anything? Oh no, sorry, color. Okay, I think that did something. But the problem is now it's using a normal map with blank. So that would totally mess up, I feel like, the normal map for the rest of it. Because, yeah, like this worked. So it works, but then because it's not blending with, I might just buy the pack and see. I want to actually see how it works though. So these things are, I think these things are like planes with this space displacement with geometry and like a shrink wrap modifier. It's interesting. Okay, let's just do it. Time is money here. What are we doing? Okay, it's downloading. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think it'd probably just make life a little bit easier and quicker to do it that way. I should really unwrap this thing. That's what I should do. Always good practice. Let's go. I hope there's just like a simple way to do this. What am I doing? What just happened? Like, what just happened? Just make like another workspace? What the fuck? What the fuck did that just do? What kind of stupid program would just switch that and then like gone? Like it literally just took. That was wild. I don't know what the heck that was doing. I don't think you could have a worse, like, I don't know if you could have a worse designed. Could you have a more poorly designed? Oh, it's like a pie menu. Oh, okay. Okay, that definitely looks cool. Okay, I love the idea, but I mean, maybe I have to UV unwrap this thing for it to work. Just their documentation's really weird. Okay. Huh. That's interesting. Okay. So that's kind of cool. That's right. I don't know if I have the chat open. Yeah. Okay. So I mean, it's interesting. I mean, the concept is pretty straightforward. So basically, if you look at like an object like this, it has its normal. So they have it all set up with the normal. I guess they've got a bunch of other stuff on this shader, but basically it's a fake, right? Like it's just a plane, but they faked it, which is really cool. And then this panel is basically projecting. Now, I don't know why that one doesn't work, but the other one does. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know why it won't. Huh. Yeah, I don't know why that particular one doesn't want to work. We'll just try another one. So you hit D, so you select an object. I don't know if you have to select the object or not, but if you kind of put your mouse here and you put the material, whatever you want, so say this thing. Let's go back to that. Let's do this scale 0.01. Okay, so there you go, right? So now it's on there. And I don't know if the project, I don't know, these ones, for some reason they don't. Oh, you know what it probably is? It's because it would be wrapping and it's going to look wrong because what it's trying to do is it's trying to cut in. There we go. It's called, Joe, it's called, decal machine. So I was a little impatient there because I was figuring it out. But basically, yeah, it's pretty simple. So it's got these decals. It's faking it's faking the fact that it has, geometry. So it has depth. And then in this case, it won't wrap because it wants it to be flat because it's otherwise it would distort it. But it looks like it has its own material. So if you match it, it looks like there's probably two materials, right? So there's the, default, I think it's just matching it automatically. But if I wanted to change it to something else, like emission or whatever, but by default, I think it's working. So if I default this, whatever it was, default, right? And then I don't know what this thing is. But either way, I mean, that's perfect. So if I wanted this piece on here, and like definitely the caution hot is cool. Now this one though, this one works because, yeah, this one will work because it's meant, I think, to have that. Okay, so I'm just looking at what this has. So this is adjustment. So this is the size. Left or right. X to set. Okay, so that's left or right. Scroll up and down is rotate, which I don't think we'd want. Mirror U. Mirror V. I don't know why we'd want that, but glossy rays. I don't know if that did. Invert info, custom normals. I don't know if that's necessary or not. Alpha blend hash, we don't care about because it's in Eevee. So I think that's really it, right? Mode height, Q, W. Oh, cool. Oh man, this is wild. Emission. A. That's ambient occlusion. That's stretch. Emission. Height. Okay, I think that's like how far it would stretch out, but I don't think we want that. That's width. I don't think we want that. D would be parallax. I don't want that. Okay. But yeah, there's the, and that one is wrapping. So that one's actually wrapping around. So yeah, it's really cool. So we can put, I think that actually is kind of a cool thing to put. And then I don't know if we could duplicate it. Be nice if we could just duplicate. Man, super cool. I love it. These little things kind of blow my mind. So adjust is what lets you do, and we really want. I think it's not that. It's yeah, sure. I'll just send you a link to it because I just had it open. That's it, and it's called decal machine. Cool, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm still trying to kind of figure out a few little things with it. I wanted to figure out, so it's D, and then hey, good timing, Summer Primes. We're learning about decal machine. Q. We don't want height. Width doesn't work. A, S. There was one that was changing the size, and I can't remember which one it was now. These are super cool. Yeah, so that works. Remember, this thing is very, very small. So I think like if we wanted to put it on here like that, maybe. And then this does the, I think, project. Yeah, so there you go. So now it's projected. And that's really, I think, all we need for this. And then maybe you can see it's a little bit far out, so you can adjust the height to bring it in as close as we can. And there it is. D, and then This was like the emission, so we could even make it just a little bit of an emission like that. And then really what we should have done was we should put them fortunately it doesn't seem to make me, oh, maybe once you project it. Huh. Interesting. I think maybe once you project it. Anyway, we'll put them in the corner. So, okay, let's do caution hot. Let's get moving here. So caution hot. Put it right here. D project. Adjust. A little bit of D adjust emission, a little bit of emission, D adjust Q height X. D adjust D adjust height. There we go. Just as close as we can get it. All right, so there's that. Yeah, and then we could just switch over here. Be nice to just duplicate them, you know? Wonder if... Oh, I saw something about this. Bulk. Batch insert. I'm just watching a quick video. Wow. No. That's not what I wanted. What I need to be able to do is insert them. Oh, no, no. Sorry, I'm just figuring stuff out. I don't know why it's doing that, but. Oh. Okay, cool. So like just kind of equally thirds around. In fact, I might even be able to copy like scale Z. Oh, I thought that would work. What is the align? Align. There's a way to align. Okay. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I think they're. Okay. So anyway, they're all, as long as they're kind of all close. Looks good. Then I think, hopefully I can get them all and project. There we go. So they're all there. Okay, cool. So there's that. And then, I can kind of mess around now. I think I get the idea. I just would like to know how to do like multiple. So decal machine, multiple decals array. Yeah, like this is what I'm looking for. Is exactly it. So now do I need another fucking plugin? Hard Ops? I feel like I have this one. I swear I have this. No, maybe I don't. Let me go check my mail. No, I don't. I think I have Box Cutter. Hopefully this works. Because I think if I can do that, then I can add a ton of detail to this like really quickly. And yeah, that I just watched the video. You probably couldn't hear it, but it's this thing called Hard Ops, and it just has like a quick scatter, or like what do you call it? Like a quick array. Which I probably should have looked at it a little bit longer before I did this, but I'm kind of in a bit of a rush. Where did that go? Come on. Okay, let's try this and see. Okay. So D, let's find like something like this. Okay, it doesn't look good here. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we'll keep it here. Okay, so this one here, and then I didn't see what the shortcut was for this. What is a keyboard shortcut for Hard Ops? Q. Oh, I use Q for shortcuts, so I have to change that. Maybe. Okay. Yes, this is good. So it does it, but okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, so he did Q, but he did mesh tools, and then he did radial array. Like it's kind of works, but not. I hate this guy's voice so much. Why does he clear the parenting? I hate that about tutorials. Like he shows, like, clear the parenting. Like, okay. Was that going to matter? really bothers me. Something's not right about this. I wonder if it's just like the rotation. You got to be a way to change the shortcut. O, does O do anything? Oh, I don't use that. There should be like an open key thing. Shift, Control, K. I don't know. Preferences. What is that? How did we get that other freaking menu? What the heck? Why, like... Okay, fine. K. Can we use K? K. Scale. All transforms. K. Mesh tools radial array. That didn't work. I can't stand this guy. It's the only guy. So this is like the only guy in the world that cares about radial array. I mean, maybe I just do it with the regular one. this part I understand. So if I have nope. Okay, let's think about this. Cursor to selected. Bring the cursor down. Oh, that's not it. Cursor selected. Okay. Cursor. Okay, let's try this. Oh no, empty 002. Where's that? Huh, Jesus. Oh man, this is why I don't get anything done. This shouldn't be that difficult. This should be built in. There should be an array built into this. I don't know. This guy did this video, and I feel like he's the guy that made that ops. He's got all these videos, and like he just goes through it, and it's like da 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 da. Okay, let's try this again. he puts a decal in. Okay. This is what I'm having. This guy's terrible explaining. Dude, stop clicking so much. I hate this guy's tutorials like more than anything I've ever seen. It's his own, I swear it's his own product. Okay, it's there. It's weird that that doesn't project. Okay, so all transforms. Yeah, this projection thing is weirdly not working. Okay, now K radio. What did it do? See, nonsense. Absolute nonsense. So I got two problems. Why does that other decal work? Did I get a bunch of assets? Okay, so like, cool. Project. Oh, these ones, this one does work. Is it just the examples? Okay, so now why is that? What the hell? Man, my brain is gonna die. Cool. Okay, so then why? Why? not right now, man. Sorry, I'm in a zone where I'm getting into these zones. I can't answer questions while I'm doing this. Just gotta figure this out. Okay, so this works fine. And then all of a sudden that doesn't work. What? Oh, it's this guy again. Oh, I hate this guy so much. I can't listen to him. Okay, interesting, Ian. Sorry about that, man. If you'll get it. Actually, maybe you'll understand this more than anyone because, hold on. I can't find this stuff. There's like this video's playing somewhere and I can't find it. Okay. Two things were happening. One, while you're talking, it's coming through that audio thing, remember we talked about? So I'm hearing your computer generated voice because that's what's putting in at the same time as I'm hearing the video. So it's like driving me nuts. And then the other thing is, I don't know if you have this, like I go in this like mode where I know the thing that I'm trying to do should work. I cannot figure out why it doesn't work. It's driving me nuts. And it's like, it's happened so many times on streams. People start suggesting things and I don't know what it is. It's like, if you're like trying to like, I don't know, it's like your brain is so focused and people start suggesting things and it just like, you just want to like shut it all off. Like I just want to stop the stream until I figure it out and then come back. That's how my brain works. I don't know if that's weird. I need therapy or something. I figured it out. I don't know why it doesn't work. It doesn't make sense still, but there's alternate modes, which this is like a different type of projection. Because there is like a bunch of shrink, like it's using probably a shrink wrap modifier. Yeah. So this one's using the shrink wrap modifier, which, yeah, this one's using the shrinker, which is just adding a lot of detail to this, by the way. It's just going to make it really hard for the animation. But yeah, so it works, but I don't know why it doesn't. I'm going to take a quick washroom break. I'll come back, and then I still don't know why the array doesn't work. Be right back. All right. I can't believe I gave that guy money, that Hard Ops guy. If that's the guy that owns it that's doing that video, it sort of drove me nuts. I'm just going to see really quickly if... Like, I'm just kind of curious if what was causing that issue. So if I have an object like this, J auto smooth, and then I do the decal machine, which, by the way, now that I kind of understand this, if you keep the surface snapping on, so now once it's on, I mean, you can move it anywhere, you can scale it anywhere. It's really, really cool. And then once you do that, then you have to project it. Now that worked that time. So I don't know why that worked, but the other one didn't. So maybe it's something to do with my geometry on that object. So I think you just have that other option if you want. But once you do that, you can't scale it or move it. So if you go reapply, no. Adjust, no. Maybe it was reapply. I thought it was reapply. I don't know why that part doesn't work. Oddly. But when they showed it, it's like if you reapply, you should be able to move it. But either way, you got the adjustment now, right? So you can adjust the height, and that's just to make sure that's should be always just above the surface. So there you go, right? So now it looks fine. It has kind of a wrapping around. You can see it here. The subdivision. Oh, right. It's matching the geometry. So if you add here, if you add a subdivision surface to this thing, This thing like hijacked one of my shortcuts. I swear to God. Oh. What the heck? Loop cut, Control R. I don't understand. My loop cut. Yeah. So frustrating. This is like a tool I've used 100 times. And now since installing these stupid plugins, if this hard ops thing doesn't work, I'm done. Okay, let's just do things in order. Put the stupid decal on. Scale this damn thing up. Doesn't matter. Switch it over. Cool. There's the decal, right? D. Project. Cool. Decal is on. Now, this stupid hard ops thing, the guy said, do all transforms. Again, this thing is on, can't move. K. Mesh tools. Radial array. What is going on? .3D cursor. Okay. Good. So is it that I had to hit C twice? Okay, that's sweet. Please work. Please work. Please work. Please, 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 please. Please, come on, come on, come on. D. And if this works, I'm going to be so happy. I don't know what the heck happened there. Decal. Okay, fine. Okay. Apply. Oh my God. Why? Okay, the projections. Okay, let's at least try this thing now. Mesh tools. Radial array. X. Is that working? I see it gets working, but it's not. It's like we're so close to so close. Is it the subdivision? Maybe we just keep trying different decals. Look at that nice decal. I mean, these things look awesome for... Project doesn't work. Fine. And then we know that this okay, that worked. The transforms for some reason worked there. This one looks great. Okay, please, 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 please. Mesh tools, radial array. What? I don't know what this is changing. Okay, 0. Perfect. Yes, we want 0. Oh my God, it might have worked. So what was different? Radial array. Increments. We did it, Ian. We did it. Can we repeat it? Can we repeat it? We just want a nice like pattern down here. Like a little ridge. Can we rotate this one? Thank you. Were you? Okay, look at that. Rotate, right? Scale. Okay, ready? If this works, then this is a real celebration. So I want this like pattern around here, right? Looks pretty good. Okay. Now, project. Doesn't work. That's fine. Shift project. Now it's projected. All transforms. Good. That worked. I don't know why. It's like an order or something. K. Radial array. Yes. And there it is. You didn't get to see me clap. I'll do a new battery. Dude. Right? Like we learned something today. Yes, it took us 2 hours. Yes, we're going to be behind on this project. But we learned something. We learn now how to make, like how to do that. That's a huge deal, right? That's a huge deal. Now, the thing about that is, though, I think I could do that without that. I think I could do that without that plugin, to be honest. I mean, you just need like, okay, I'm not even going to think about that. But there it is. Cool little vent. Just want to see if I can do it again. Pick our object. Make sure everything's transformed. Pick a decal. Pick the vent. Hit D. Hit adjust. You know. Okay, got it. Can't move the mouse. Rotate. Oh, rotate is up and down. Okay, so there's the rotation. Scale. Scale it up. I wonder what it would look like. I don't think we want it to go over that. So we're like, okay, we want it here. Man, these things look good. Okay, so there it is. It's good. And then we hit D. We try project. Doesn't work. That's fine. Shift project. Q all transforms. K mesh tools, radial ray, don't touch the mouse. Change the amount. Amazing. Done. K radial array. Don't touch the mouse. I think that's part of the problem. I think it's that. I want to try to... I wish I could reset that. But yeah, you don't hit the mouse. Radial ray. A little bit of space. Done. Maybe less. Okay. Radial ray. Maybe like that. Okay, I like it. Done. Done. Okay, cool. So now, do we have... I'm just curious, like, do we have a pack of decals? Just want to make sure there's not like more that I... Yeah, you got it. That's exactly what it is. It's adding something. I don't know what it is, some type of offset, and it's like automatically the mouse. If you don't know that, your mouse just moves even when you're 100%. I think that might have been what it was maybe from the beginning. So the projection is probably something to do with topology. It couldn't figure it out. And that just could to do with maybe the size or whatever it is. Actually, I think I know what it might have been. It's possible that the original one that I did was on like... where was the original? Yeah, I bet you that's what it was. Okay, see that? Oh, no, it's over. I was going to say, I think it was the fact that it's probably... There's not much geometry here. So it could have been the fact that it just... See how it's barely... It's all, like... You're telling it to project on a flat surface is basically what it is. So if I had put it across 2, I bet you it would work. So if you went down here and you said D and you wanted, say, this little thing here, and you brought it all the way down, and if you look at this, see how it's across a few of them? I bet you it works. Oh, damn, it doesn't. Well. Oh, well, at least we know that the other one works. Okay. I'm just looking for like libraries. So let me just go see what came with what I bought. Thanks, man. I need to drink more when I'm doing this. I'm just trying to, like, it doesn't, the thing I don't quite understand is if I'm missing out on any decals. You would think they would all be loaded, right? Yeah, like I would assume that they're all there. Aircraft examples. Oops. So these are just some, oh, these are interesting ridges. So these are okay, these are, so ridges, some numbers, license plate, or like phone. Okay. My decals. This is aircraft. So it's got a few things. Oh. More examples. Yeah, I just like wonder if there's like if I bet you probably the reason why some of that stuff was not working is just my topology, my unwrap, my UVs. Okay, so this supplies 3 decal libraries. Looks like there's other people can create them. Decal machine decals. Oh. Oh, I hate this guy's intro. like a little bit, but now I'm just looking into like, is there a quick way to get other decals so that I don't like I can just go and make this thing exactly what I want. And I'm just looking at a video. I should put it on the screen, but I'm looking at a video that's like importing your own. But I mean, these ones are particularly interesting because they have like they have normals and like real detail. But like this is a cool, now that I know this process, like say I want to put a logo on it, right? Just give me a second. Okay, interesting. Yeah, Ian, I'm happy. So I looked at it, and you can make your own really easy. And I think this is just like such a simple way to kind of make your own. I can grab like a logo or images, which would be super cool. I'm just looking for. Oh yeah, here's some decals. The first person with a bunch of decals is that dude's whose YouTube I was watching. So I'm just curious if these are. Well, here, look. So now I'm looking over here. So these are like decal packs, but I'm curious if they're paid. So this was the guy's stupid video. I'm going to definitely get this if it's. Can I say 0? I had to pay this guy $250. This is the guy, I didn't like him. Okay, so that's cool. So this would be really interesting. Like I think there's probably a process here which would be really fun to like go on to Midjourney or to OpenAI, and ask for ask for an image of something like this, and then to bring it into like this is a cool one. So $9. So yeah, people sell these things. That's interesting. Oh, look at this. Look at this, Ian. Oh, that's cool. That's going to come in useful for something. That's super cool. So, but again, like I think the difference between like these are cool, and they're just like $1, and then I always try them. Yeah. So let's just say like I'll just buy this one for $1. I always come back and like pay it or buy it again if it's good. It's just you don't know if they're good or not until you go. So I'm just gonna try this. So I probably should just finish this and not go crazy, but it's just like it is a skill, like a super power almost to have it. So I don't know, how do you install these things? That's the only issue. Interesting. Okay, so I think so like I have some decals that I downloaded, which I'm really now interested how I could convert them for this. So interesting. So I paid for that one. I just trying to. Okay, I can't keep doing this. I've got too much stuff going on. Trying to find that where I had. Okay, so I have this file. Adding packs to decal machine. Okay. They're in there. I'm so confused. So why is there no essentials? Good time to save. Oh, that's whatever that was cool. Oh, that's like a full. Huh. I don't know what just happened. Oh, this is so weird. Okay, so It's so stupid. Okay. No, that's not it. Damn. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. I should stop. I don't know, stupidly trying to figure that out. I'll look at it after. Okay, let's finish this thing. Yeah, definitely a good tool. So, okay, so now that I know how to do that, I can add a bit of patterns to this and just kind of figure out what I want to do. Okay, so like, let's try this. No, I want to keep that, I think. Let's do. Oh yeah, my loop tool thing is still gone. That I can't figure out. Will not let me do. Come on. It will not let me do Control R. I can't get rid of it. I feel like that's a thing. If I was ever to make a Blender plugin, it's like it should come up and like there's got to be something for compatibility of shortcuts. It doesn't make any sense. Like why can a plugin just override like a shortcut like that? I'm so confused. Like I cannot do like the most essential thing in Blender. It is unbelievable. I mean, I know that's stupid because that stupid idiot that made this plugin guaranteed that guy would override. You can just tell the personality, the way he was explaining it. He's like, guys, okay, we do this. No, we do. And the way he was explaining it was so cocky and overconfident that this would be 100% the dude that would hard ops 9. First of all, yeah, this dude, Frank him. I guarantee you this guy did it. Guarantee you. There's a Shift R in here. It's got to be. How about we have no keyboard shortcuts for you? No? Is it the other one? Yeah, that sounds about right. Like, what do you do? Like, what do you do? Like, that's it right there. It's somehow at Control E, even though. It makes nothing makes sense right now. Control E is now loop cut, even though it's not showing up here, and even though Control R is not showing up here. And loop cut by default is left mouse. Okay, I'm going to kill the stream for a second. I'm not going to stop it. But I need to like take a mental break to figure out what the heck's going on. So I'll be back. I don't know. I'll figure this out at some point. All right, I'm just gonna do. I'm gonna restart my machine, so I'm gonna have to stop the stream. Sucks because I wanted it all together, but it's something's wrong. And there's other people that have kind of said the similar thing. It's some weird glitch, and I have no idea yet how to solve it. But first thing I